Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check test 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Test 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Nothing, right? Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Let's turn it up a little. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Test 1 2. Mic check. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Test 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Nothing, huh? Mic check 89.3. Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Test 1 2. Check 1 2. This is not going today. Check 1 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2. Nothing. Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. And good afternoon, and welcome back to Lexington County Baseball Stadium in Lexington, South Carolina for Game 2 of the day, a jam-packed day here, 4 straight games scheduled. And the first game of the day, Arcadia coming away with a 12-9 win over Swarthmore. And now in Game 2, it'll be Case Western Reserve University, 4-4 on the season, taking on Arcadia, which enters the game at 6-4. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Schwartz. A little bit of a delayed start to this game. Was scheduled to begin at noon. It's going to end up being a 1:30, 1:32 first pitch, something along those lines, as they got a little bit of a late start to the first game with a lot of rain yesterday. That certainly put a little bit of a damper on the day yesterday. It was unable to get either of the two scheduled games in. And so that forced a little bit of a schedule change for the rest of the week, which we'll tell you about here throughout the broadcast. But we are set to get going here today, and let's go ahead and get you the batting order for Arcadia as the leadoff hitter Noah Stennett stands in, a 192 hitter on the year with 1 home run and 6 runs batted in. First pitch from the Spartan starter in the game, Archer Stankowski, and it's a swing and a miss, strike 1. It'll be Stennett followed by the left fielder Max Oswald. And then Kevin Wheeler, the second baseman, in the 3 spot. Batting cleanup for Arcadia today is Anthony Bruno. Ryan Radigan playing third base and batting 5th. As that one popped up foul and out of play. Count goes to 1-2. Joshua Agresti will be the first baseman and bat 6th. Griffin Murphy catching and batting 7th. Peter Trendafilov, the designated hitter, bats 8th, and then Taro Postilnik is rounding out the lineup, the shortstop, hitting 9th. You know what? This is an old lineup, actually. I take that back. I'm looking at an old lineup here. Yeah, I think I have a wrong lineup from yesterday in here. I got to switch that up here. Either way, this is Stennett who is batting as the count goes to 2-2. And now 3-2. And foul tipped back. Man, I thought I did everything real right today, and all of a sudden I print out yesterday's lineups for the games. So close. Count stays at 3-2. Another payoff pitch coming. And it's right down Main Street, taken for a called strike 3. Stankowski came with what appeared to be a breaking ball and froze Stennett for the first out. The Spartans could use a little bit of length out of Archer Stankowski today, as Oswald will stand in. First pitch. It's there for a strike. 0-1 to Oswald, hitting a .231 on the year. I'll get you the correct starting lineups here momentarily. Take a little bit of work to update my stuff as the count goes to 0-2. Stankowski on the mound, 1-0 with a 6.48 ERA. So that's taken up high, 1-2 the count. Two and two. And crank foul, count stays at 2-2. Two offering again from Stankowski. Up high, ball 3, full count 3-2. Another full count against Stankowski, who's 13 pitches into the inning. And skips that one in there for ball 4. So Oswald down, or pardon me, draws the walk. And there'll be a runner on for Seymour. One on, one out. The first pitch to Seymour. Can't hold up. Might have been on the outside corner anyway as the count goes to 0-1. Ground ball, first base side. Camphausen bobbles it, picking it up, and it's a fair ball, I believe. Did they call the runner out? They did. So that'll go as a 3-1 putout at second base. Oswald moves up 90 feet. Good job by Stankowski to scoop the ball up and apply the tag. Runner at second now, 2 away. And the batter will be Anthony Bruno, hitting at 366 on the season, and a base hit here would do the job. Bruno's first offering, I should say first pitch to Bruno from Stankowski is fouled away. 0-1 the count. So 2 outs, runner at second. That ball in the air, deep towards center, and Draco going back, still going back, has a beat on it, but can't catch it as it lands over his head. Into score from second is Oswald. It'll be a double for Bruno, who drives in his 6th run of the season with his 5th double, and it's an early 1-0 lead for Arcadia. Well, it looked at first like while it was going to be a long run out there for Andraco, it did appear that he had a good beat on it. But Andraco's played a lot of left field for the Spartans this year. Just couldn't quite get there to get to the ball, and that'll give an early lead to Arcadia. So 1-0, ground ball to first. That gets through for a base hit. Harms with it in right. He'll come up throwing. Here's the throw to the plate. Anderson has it, applies the tag, and he is out. A great throw from Nick Harms, and that saves further damage in the inning. 9-2 on the putout at the plate, and that ends the frame. Arcadia takes the lead. It's a 1-0 lead for Arcadia, and we'll go ahead and move into the bottom of the first inning. So let's go ahead and get you the actual starting lineups for these two teams, beginning with the batting order for Case Western Reserve, 4-4 in the year. Jack Anderson catching and leading off. Dane Camphausen, the first baseman, hits second. Tyler Stilson playing third and batting third today, and then Nick Harms will be in the cleanup spot and playing right. Franco Alonso is the designated hitter. He'll bat fifth, followed by Josiah Harris, the second baseman, hitting sixth. Logan Andraco playing center field and hitting seventh today. The shortstop, Nate Arterburn, bats eighth. And then Jay Smith in the ninth spot in the lineup and playing left field. Defensively for Arcadia, first baseman is Max Oswald. The second baseman is Ryan Radigan. The shortstop is Taro Postilnik. And the third baseman is Solomon Abdullah. In the outfield, left fielder is Anthony Bruno. Center fielder Noah Stennett. And the right fielder is Thomas Strouch. Doing the catching today is Cam Seymour. And on the mound is the right-handed pitcher, Gavin Kinks, who'll be making his first appearance of the season. Pardon me, that's Kintz. Gavin Kintz. He's a junior out of New Egypt, New Jersey, New Egypt High School, 5'10", 210 pounds. Kintz on the hill today. Again, his season debut. Kintz did not appear in any games last year, Did pitch in 5 games in 2023, and in those 5 games, pitched to a 21.60 ERA. He allowed 14 hits and 12 runs in 5 innings, walked 4, struck out 4. But again, that's a long time ago. So Kintz on the mound for the first time. This will be the first time he's on the mound in 2 years, basically. And he'll face a tough lineup here for the Spartans, starting with a pair of preseason All-Americans and catcher Jack Anderson and first baseman Dane Camphausen behind him. First pitch to Anderson, who will sometimes ambush a pitcher on that first pitch of the game. Takes it up and in for a ball instead, and it's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 offering. Anderson takes that down and out for a ball. Anderson hit a 2-run homer that got the Spartans on the board during their win over Baldwin Wallace on Sunday. He's now hitting .294 on the season with a home run and 5 runs batted, and he scored 9 runs. The 2-0 is down and out for ball 3, and it's now 3-0. We're going to try to get those live stats back up and running here for you shortly if you're following along with those at home. Should be up in a minute. 3-0 pitch. That's down low, and a 4-pitch walk to Jack Anderson, who is a stolen base threat, as much of this Case Western Reserve lineup is. But we'll see how aggressive Anderson is with Dane Camphausen behind him. And this is a situation where if you're Camphausen, you're hitting a .429 on the season. You're among the Division III leaders with 7 home runs, 15 runs batted in. And you could try to ambush the pitcher here, knowing that he just threw 4 straight pitches out of the zone. There he takes one outside for ball 1. And it's a 1-0 count now on Camphausen. 1-0, Arcadia with the lead. Excuse me. Swing and a miss there from Camphausen, and it's 1-1. Live stats should be up and running now. Here's the 1-1. Anderson going, swing and a miss. Throw goes down to second, offline. And Jack Anderson has his 3rd stolen base of the season, and it puts a runner in scoring position with Camphausen at the plate. Camphausen did take a hack at that one. That was a swing to make sure he gave his runner a chance. But now faces a 1-2 hole here with nobody out and the potential game-tying run over at second base. And we'll get a timeout called by the catcher. Cam Seymour is going to come out and have a talk with his junior pitcher, although, again, not a super experienced pitcher in Gavin Kintz. Kint's last pitch in a college game, at least according to the records online, is that ball hit hard but right to third. Throw goes back to second, not in time. Well, Camphausen, who has cooled off a little bit, running into a little bit of bad luck there. A hard hit ball down the third baseline, but the third baseman, Solomon Abdullah, had him played perfectly. And that'll be the first out. It keeps Anderson at second base as well with one away for Tyler Stilson. Stilson continuing to swing a good bat. He's hitting at .367 with a home run and 6 runs batted in. First pitch on the way to Stilson. Down low, ball 1 to the Spartans' third baseman, 1-0. So again, according to the records, last collegiate outing for Kintz was April 25th, 2023. And so he's looking to shake off some rust quickly here with his team spotting him a 1-run lead. In some trouble, though, the 1-0 pitch. Anderson goes, line drive, center field, base hit. Anderson froze, but that won't matter. He'll still have to come around, or easily will be able to come around and score. It's an RBI single for Stilson. That'll be his 7th run batted in this season, and the Spartans even the score. It's 1-1. So we're all even at 1. Still just 1 out of the inning, and now Nick Harms will be the batter. Harms coming off his best game of the season, a 2-home-run game against Baldwin Wallace. Had a 2-run homer and a 3-run homer in that one. Drove in 5 runs in the game as he takes a called strike, 0-1. Harms has seen his average climb up to 241 after his slow start through the first week or so of the season. He now has 2 home runs, 10 runs batted, and 33 career home runs for Harms. That's the program record. Hits that one hard towards third. Abdullah covers it, throws to second to get the 1. That's all they'll get, as Stilson removed from the base pass on the fielder's choice by Harms. Another good defensive play there by Abdullah. And there are 2 gone. And that will bring Franco Alonso to the plate with a runner on at first and 2 away. Harms is a stolen base threat at first base. He's stolen 2 on as many attempts this year. And you got to think he'll be in motion at some point in this at-bat. And thinking exactly that, Kintz throws over to try to keep Harms frozen there. Breaking ball, outside corner, called strike, and it's 0-1 on Alonso. Another strong start to the season for Franco Alonso, the graduate student in his 2nd year with the program, hitting at .385 with a home run, 3 runs batted in. As the pickoff attempt to first gets away, rolls all the way up the line, and after initially pausing, Harms will move up to second base on an errant throw on the pickoff. So now Harms is in scoring position here. The need for him to run is no longer there, as he is in scoring position with Alonso at the plate. The 0-1. Ground ball to short. Glove there by the shortstop, Pustelnik, and he throws on to first in time to get the out. But the Spartans even the score on an RBI single by Tyler Stilson. And we will head along into the 2nd inning. 1-1 the score. We'll see Arcadia coming to the plate here. Radigan, Strouch, and Abdullah due up when we return. Ryan Radigan swings and misses at the first pitch, and it's an 0-1 count on the second baseman for Arcadia. I know we missed it last inning as we begin the 2nd with a 1-1 game. Stankowski on the mound, and that one a little inside, 1-1. Let's go ahead and get you the batting order The correct batting order this time for Arcadia. Noah Stennett was the leadoff hitter. Max Oswald, the first baseman, hitting second. Cam Seymour, the catcher today, batting third. As a swing and a miss there brings the count to 1-2. Anthony Bruno was the cleanup hitter. Joshua Agresti is hitting fifth today. This is Radigan at the plate now. He's playing second and batting sixth. And he's hit by the pitch, and the leadoff man is on. And that will bring Thomas Strauch, the 7-hitter, to the plate. Strauch, the right fielder, hitting at 172 this year. Solomon Abdullah is the 8-hitter in the lineup and playing third. And then Taro Pustelnik is the shortstop, batting ninth. Defensively for the Spartans today, first baseman is Dane Camphausen. Second baseman is Josiah Harris. The shortstop is Nate Arterburn as Strauch squares to bunt, pulls it back, takes a called strike, and it's 0-1. Shortstop is Nate Arterburn. Third baseman is Tyler Stilson. As that one bunted up in the air, charging is Stilson, and he will make the catch. So an unsuccessful bunt attempt there from Strauch, for the first out of the inning. Now bring Saul Abdullah up to the plate. Watched Abdullah play in the earlier game today, and looks to be a pretty talented player out there. Good defensive third baseman. See, hits that one hard but foul. He's batting at .333 on the year. Outfield for the Spartans, Jay Smith in left. Center fielder is Logan Andraco. The right fielder is Nick Harms. Jack Anderson's doing the catch, and it mentions Archer Stankowski on the mound, who begins his second inning of work. Head in the count here, 0-1. And that's up high. It's a 1-1 count. One away and a runner on. Radigan, the runner at first base, 1 for 1 on stolen base attempts this season. That one chopped high towards short. Charging is Arterburn. Has to make a basket catch and a throw to first, and a nice play by Nate Arterburn to get the out on what was a high chopper. And boy, those could be very tricky to handle at times. You really just have to charge, catch, and throw, and that's exactly what Arterburn did there to get the second out of the inning. So 2 gone and a chance for the Spartans to get out of the inning unscathed here. As at the plate is the 9-hitter, Taro Pustelnik. Takes the first pitch outside, ball 1. Pustelnik hitting at 100 for the year. 1 for 10, 5 runs scored, though. He's walked 3 times. Here's the 1-0 pitch. In the air, down the line, in left, but foul. And it's 1-1. 2 outs in the inning. Runner on at second base in a 1-1 ball game. Spartans in their baby blue uniforms today. A little up high with that fastball. It's 2-1. First of 2 games for Case Western Reserve. A split doubleheader today for the Spartans, who will play again against Ithaca at 6 p.m., or at least it's scheduled for 6. That game will almost certainly start later. That one's up high, ball 3, 3-1. In between those 2 games, Ithaca will be taking on Baldwin Wallace. That, again, is scheduled for a 3 o'clock start, but there is very little chance that we will get that game started on schedule. And outside, ball 4, and so Stankowski walking the 9-hitter. First base was open, but that was the guy you probably wanted to go after, and instead it'll bring up Noah Stennett to the plate. Stennett, a 192 hitter coming into the game today with 1 home run and 6 RBIs. 0 for 1 with a strikeout to begin the game. First pitch, Fastball is up high, 1-0. And that's going to bring Matt Englander out to have a talk with Stankowski, his junior pitcher. Arcadia took a 1-0 lead in the top of the first of this game. An RBI hit by Bruno. The Spartans answered back with an RBI single from Tyler Stilson in the bottom of the inning to tie the score. Arcadia threatening again now with 2 away in the second. And their leadoff hitter Stennett at the plate. So behind in the count, 1-0. Stankowski gets set to deliver to Stennett. And that's a little outside, 2-0. And all of a sudden, Stankowski having trouble finding the strike zone. Here's the 2-0 offering. That one's at the knees for a strike, 2-1. Here's the 2-1. Called strike, 2-2. Swing and a miss, tied him up with an inside fastball for strike 3. And Stankowski working in and out of trouble in the second. Strikes out Stennett for the second time today. We'll move along into the bottom of the second as the Spartans will come to bat for the second time today. Harris, Andraco, and Arterburn due up when we return. And welcome back once again. 1-1 the score as we move into the second inning, and a new pitcher on the mound for Arcadia will be number 22, Sean Ahrens, a 6'1" senior out of Delran, New Jersey. Ahrens making his second appearance of the year. His first time out started when 3 innings gave up 4 hits and 2 walks that resulted in 4 runs, but all of them unearned. Did not pick up a decision in that game. He struck out 2. Opponents hitting .267 against him. And so we'll get a look at Ahrens here. As he faces Josiah Harris to start the bottom part of the second inning in a 1-1 ball game. First pitch taken up and in for a ball. It's 1-0. That ball hit hard by Harris, but foul, and it's 1-1. Zai looking to get on the right side of things here. Starting to show a little bit of signs of coming out of a slow start to the year. He had a long double late in yesterday, well, 2 days ago, the game against Baldwin Wallace. That one's down and out, ball 2-1. It's just the second meeting all time between these two teams. They played last year down here. Archer Stankowski started that game against Arcadia. As that pitch a little low, 3-1. Stankowski went 4 innings, allowed 7 hits, 5 runs, 3 of them earned in that game. Walked 3, struck out 5. The only Spartan run in the game was on a James Powers RBI single, as that one's fouled away. If you remember that game last year, that day when the Spartans played Arcadia, they played 2 games that day. I believe the other one was against Swarthmore. And the Spartans lost both, and it was sort of the low point in the season as that one misses down low, ball 4, and Harris able to draw the walk. And so the leadoff man on for the Spartans. Harris is a threat to run, even though he has yet to attempt to steal this year. And so we'll see if he's moving at all. As Logan Andreyko comes to the plate. Andreyko hitting at .357 on the year. 2 doubles, 2 triples, 2 runs batted in. Second game in a row that he's hit down in the 7 spot in the order. And he takes a called strike, 0-1. Throw down to first, not in time. Another throw down a little closer. Still not in time, though, as the first baseman, Oswald, had to dive in to keep that in front of him, but almost dove right into a successful tag play. The 0-1. And Andreyko takes that fastball in the inside corner from Ahrens, and it's 0-2. 1-1 the score, bottom of the second inning. Second 4 games here today. The Spartans will play again in the late game against Ithaca. Ithaca will take on Baldwin Wallace before they play the Spartans. Is the throw down not in time. Another throw. They are being very cautious with Harris at first base. It's an 0-2 count on Andreyko. Harris looking runnerish out there. Long hold. Harris not going. That ball swung on, lifted into left field, and it's another base hit. Second hit of the game for the Spartans is Logan Andreyko with the base hit. Harris pulls in second and stops there, and the Spartans have 2 on with nobody out for Nate Arterburn. And Arterburn, who's pretty much hit 9th in the lineup since he became an everyday starter for the Spartans, moving up into the 8th spot here. And let's see, Arterburn, a pretty good bunter, and he'll have an opportunity to try to lay one down. We've seen him bunt less this year, but I got to imagine he's going to be putting the sacrifice on. First pitch on the way. He does square to bunt, gets it back to the pitcher. He'll look at first and throw that way to get the out. And so a successful sacrifice by Arterburn. 1-3 on the putout. Both runners move up. I was a little bit surprised Ahrens didn't look at third as quickly as that ball came back to him. He might have had a play, but, you know, sometimes, especially early in the game, if you're a pitcher like that, you just settle for the one out that you know, the throw you're comfortable making, and you can't fault Ahrens there for that. So now Jay Smith will be the batter in the lineup today and playing left field. And that pitch misses up high for a ball. 1-0 to Smith, who's hitting at .412 on the season. 7 hits in 17 at-bats. 4 runs scored. 4 runs driven in. He has a double and a triple among those 7 hits. Left-handed hitter Smith awaits the pitch from the righty Ahrens. And it's inside, ball 2. Again, first base is open, but you don't want to load them up with Anderson and Camphausen to follow Jay Smith here. Here's the 2-0. Breaking ball misses out. Oh, it's called a strike on the outside corner. And it's 2-1. That one, a backdoor slider. Now the 2-1. 3-1 the count. Walk here would load them up for Jack Anderson and Dane Camphausen to follow. And again, those are two of the best hitters in Division III. If you're Smith here, you can be patient, but also you got to be expecting a pitch to hit. Here's the 3-1. And he checks his swing and say he went around for strike 2. Full count, 3-2. Count goes full on Smith. Pitch from Aarons. And Smith grounds that one to first. Should get the run in. It's bobbled by the first baseman. Throw goes to first in time to get the out. But an RBI ground out for Jay Smith as Josiah Harris comes in to score. They'll be 2 away, and the Spartans take their first lead of the game. It's now 2-1. So 2-1 Spartans leading. First pitch on the way to Jack Anderson, who walked on 4 pitches to start the game. This time he sees a strike to start the at-bat, and it's 0-1 on Jack. Jack, a .294 hitter on the season, but that average starting to climb up. Here's the 0-1. He takes one. Maybe a little high, 1-1. Looked like it was right down the middle of the plate. Again, the only way I could think that it missed was a bit high, and sometimes those higher pitches look like they're in the zone. As a swing and a miss, Anderson comes up empty on the pitch down and out, was fooled there, and that brings the count to 1-2. I was going to say, from this vantage point, sometimes it's tough to judge the height of pitches, especially on those high strikes. 1-2, Anderson staying alive. Count stays at 1-2. Anderson lifting that one foul. If you are an opposing pitcher, Jack Anderson has got to just be a nightmare to face for no other reason than he doesn't really have a tendency at the plate. You know, he could jump on you first pitch. He could be patient and wait for you to throw him a good pitch. He could dunk a ball into the outfield. He could drive a ball. He could go to any of the fields. That one misses a little high, and it's 2-2. We saw him hit an opposite field home run, which you don't see a ton of Division III players do, especially guys who aren't traditional power hitters, which Jack certainly is not. 2-2. And that ball in the air, shallow center. Let's see if it drops in. Going back as a second baseman, and it will fall in. Well, sometimes Jack could do that too. Just pop one into shallow center, and that was out in the Bermuda Triangle there. It scores Andraco from third. And the Spartans increase their lead. It's now 3-1. And this is where you have to be careful if you're Aarons, because you went from a situation with 1 run in with 2 outs. And again, mentioned it before, you have Dane Camphausen coming to the plate who can make this a 5-1 game with 1 swing. 7 home runs through the team's first 8 games of the season, although Dane currently in a little bit of a power slump, at least for him. He hasn't homered in either of his last 2 games. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2 on Camphausen. Now the 0-2. Aaron's delivers. Runner goes. Camphausen fouls that one off. And the count stays at 0-2. I like sending Jack Anderson there, and for a couple reasons. Number one, you've got Camphausen at the plate behind the count 0-2. If Anderson gets caught, worst case scenario, you get Dane to the plate next inning with a fresh count. That's down low. Again, typically with a power hitter at the plate, you want to be careful running, but, you know, much like Jack isn't your typical contact hitter, Dane isn't your typical power hitter. He's a guy who could shorten up his swing and find a hole in the infield. We've seen him do that plenty over his career. It's a 1-2 count on Camphausen. 3-1, Spartans leading. 2 runs across here in the bottom of the second already. Camphausen swings, grounds that one to third. Smothered there by Abdullah. His throw is offline, though, and gets away. Camphausen's going to try for second. Here comes the throw down there, and he is safe. That'll be a 2-base error. Puts runners at second and third. And so now it'll be up to Tyler Stilson with first base open. Stilson, an RBI single in his first at-bat and a chance to really do some damage here. Stilson has now driven in 7 this year. First pitch. And he swings, ground ball through the hole, base hit. Anderson will score easily. They'll hold Camphausen at third. Stilson with a big turn at first, but he'll stop there. First pitch swinging. Tyler Stilson drives in his second run with his second hit of the game, and the Spartans now lead 4-1. So the Spartans trying to add on further here, and again, you've got to be careful of your Aarons facing a hot Nick Harms at the plate. Harms grounded into fielder's choice in his first at-bat, but coming off a 2-home-run game against Baldwin Wallace on Sunday. There he takes a called strike, and it's 0-1. Harms hit 2 no-doubt home runs against Baldwin Wallace. He hits that one foul, and he's now in an 0-2 hole. Aarons has done a good job getting ahead of hitters, especially as this inning has gone on, but he has struggled to finish them off. And Harms just got a piece of that. You could see that teams are trying to get Harms out with low off-speed pitches. And that's probably the way to get him out, but you need to execute that. And that's what we saw against Baldwin Wallace. They tried to get him out with that low changeup. And then one stayed up high and missed. That time a fastball, and Harms was a bit tardy on it. And that will be the end of the inning. So the Spartans had 3 on 3 hits, and we'll move along into the third. 4-1, Case Western Reserve leading over Arcadia. Oswald, Seymour, and Bruno due up. The 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the Arcadia lineup when we return. Welcome back once again as we begin the third inning. Case Western Reserve with a 4-1 lead. Archer Stankowski takes the mound. By the way, if you are listening to us today, feel free, if you're in the ballpark or outside of the ballpark but within about 1,000 feet, tune into 89.3 FM. You can listen to us on a radio. Appreciate the fans, as always, who have come out today. I know we have some people in the stands who have their radios with them, and they're tuned into the game today as Stankowski's first pitch on the way, right down Main Street with a fastball to get ahead of Oswald 0-1. Oswald walked and came around to score the only run of the game so far for Arcadia in his first at bat. He's now hitting a .231 on the year. Here's the 0-1. Popped up. See if it stays in play. Stankowski sprinting over, and he put the brakes on. I think Anderson may have called him off, and I'm not sure anyone would have gotten it in anyway, but either way, it'll drop in there for an 0-2 count. Credit to Archer, who you don't typically see the pitcher sprint after a pop-up like that in foul territory. Normally they leave the work to the first baseman and the catcher on those plays, but Stankowski was busting it there to try to get to that one. That one down low for a ball, 1-2. You know, especially now with the pitch clock, and while there isn't a pitch clock on the field, the umpire does keep the timing of that pitch clock. That's down and out for a ball, 2-2. I believe it's the umpire in the field who has a buzzer in his pocket. He pushes the button, resets, and as soon as that buzzes, he knows that the time is up. 2-2. A little low again, 3-2. But I was going to say that, on a play like that, if you're Stankowski, you used to be if you were the pitcher, you walk back to the mound, you'd take a little bit of a walk around the outside of the mound, you recover a little, catch your breath. You don't really have that opportunity. As there, Stankowski delivers a called strike 3 on the outside corner to Oswald, and that'll be the first out of the inning. Stankowski up to 43 pitches now, so manageable for him with one out in the third. And Archer is typically the kind of pitcher that gets stronger as the game goes on. Outside corner for a strike, 0-1 on Seymour. Seymour grounded out to first base his first time up. He's hitting a .278 on the season. Outside, ball 1-1. 2-1. Another one up high. Yeah, Stankowski, consistency in the delivery is probably the next step for him in his development. You could see that one swung on and missed that good changeup there. Those two pitches that sailed high might have left his arm out open a little bit, causing those pitches to sail. Here's the 2-2. Ground ball up towards second. Harris with it on the run, throws to first. That's there for the out. Something that we really haven't spoken about this year, and that's an important note, is Josiah Harris at second base, who was really struggling last year to throw the baseball. That's something that you sometimes see out of second basemen at all levels. I'm trying to remember the second baseman who played for it was Chuck Knobloch, right? Who hit Keith Olbermann's mother in the stands one time at a Yankee game. That ball hit hard towards third, takes an awkward hop over the head of Stilson and into left field for a single. And Bruno, with his second hit of the game, he's got 2 of the 3 Arcadia hits. Sorry, for those of you who might have no clue what I was rambling about, the Yankees had a second baseman probably in the early 2000s by the name of Chuck Knobloch, who just forgot how to throw a baseball, essentially, or at least do it consistently. And, I think what happens is sometimes second basemen in particular, they're playing second base, not always, but sometimes because they don't have the best arms. As Bruno takes that one up high for a ball. And it's 1-0. Pardon me, that's Agresti who takes it up high for a ball. 1-0. And that one sprayed foul. 1-1. But point being, Harris had to work really hard last year to get back in the lineup, back out there defensively, and this year he has looked fantastic at second base. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. When Harris is going well, there's an energy he brings to this team that is really fun to watch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Nice job there by Stankowski to get out of the inning. He leaves a runner stranded at first, and he keeps the Spartans ahead by 3. 4-1 the score as we move into the bottom of the third. Alonso, Harris, and Andraco due up when we return. Franco Alonso leading things off, takes a called strike to start the inning against another new pitcher on the mound here for Arcadia, who, again, it appears we're headed for a Johnny All-Staff day here. Called strike brings the count to 0-2. Alonso 0 for 1 in the game. New pitcher is Cam Nebel as the count goes to 1-2. Nebel making his 4th appearance of the season. He's been great this year. 13 innings, 3 hits, 3 walks, 1 run. It was unearned. He struck out 8. 2-0 on the season. Opponents hitting .071 against him. That one's up high, ball 2, 2-2. He did pitch last year when these two teams played each other. He pitched against the Spartans. As that one lined into center field by Alonso for a base hit. So Nebel, who's been hard to hit this season, gives up a leadoff single to Alonso. The Spartans have a man on now for Josiah Harris. Nebel last year pitched the final 2 innings of the game against the Spartans, retired all 6 batters he faced, had 3 groundouts, 3 strikeouts in that outing. Alonso, 2 stolen bases on as many tries this year as he takes his lead from first. Nebel sets on the hill. Here's the pitch. Down and out, ball 1, 1-0. Runner goes, swing and a miss. Throw is bounces away, and that'll be a stolen base there for Alonso. Harris doing a good job with a big swing there to protect his base runner. And Alonso taking advantage. That's his team high third stolen base of the season. That one barely misses. It's 2-1. Again, I'm guessing a little up high with that one because it's, again, typically what I struggle at least to judge from up here in the press box. Called strike. It's 2-2. Josiah Harris reached on a walk and scored a run his last time up. 2-2 offering. Swung on. Ground ball hit towards third. Backhanded there by Abdullah. And makes a good throw to first to get the out. That's a nice play on a ball hit down the line. That backhand play is never easy if you're a third baseman there. And then to come up, look the runner back, and make a strong throw. It's a play that is not necessarily routine that Abdullah made look routine there. And so a good out there to get. And there is one away now for Logan Andreyko, who singled in his last at-bat. That one misses outside. Ball 1-0. Spartans are leading 4-1. We're in the bottom of the third inning. It's the first of two games for the Spartans here today. They'll take on Ithaca later in the day. The game is scheduled for a 6 o'clock first pitch, but if we throw a 6 o'clock first pitch in that game, I will be stunned. We've got one more game we have to get in between that, as Ithaca will take on BW. That game's scheduled for a 3 o'clock start, and that will almost certainly not happen, as the count goes to 3-0 on Andreyko. The base hit by Andreyko raised his batting average to .379 for the year. I wouldn't be shocked if he works his way back up to the top of the lineup at some point this year. That one misses up high, ball 4. And so first and second with one away for Nate Arterburn. We did see Arterburn lay down a successful sacrifice bunt his last time up with runners at first and second and nobody out. I don't think he's going to be bunting here with one out in the inning, but let's see. Again, he's a good bunter, so it's certainly a possibility. Arterburn hitting at 172 this year, trying to get that batting average up a little bit. He does square to bunt, pulls it back, and takes that one for a strike at the knees, 0-1. That may have been kind of a feint at a bunt there. Trying to draw the infielders in his step at third. And, yeah, you know, I think Nate is swinging away here. I don't think he's bunting in this scenario, but let's see. I think he's just trying to get the third baseman in as much as he possibly can. There's a big hole on the left side of that infield right now. Arterburn squares to bunt. Let's see if the Butcher Boy play is on. Yep, pulls it back, swings, ground ball, third base side, but foul. Yeah, you know, Nate there, and again, some of it just comes from seeing him play, but Nate's a guy who typically disguises the bunt a little bit better, and so when you see him start putting the bat out there that early, it was probably going to be a Butcher Boy play, and that's what he tried to do. The infield will pull back a little bit against him now. Still in a step at third. Double play depth. Here's the 0-2. Arterburn swings, grounded back to the pitcher. He'll go to first and get the easy out as everyone will move up, but I'll tell you what, you could have gotten the lead runner at the very least and maybe started a double play on that one, but I think you're starting to see that maybe just the way this team is coached, that when the ball gets back to the pitcher, we've seen it twice already today, it seems that they just want that ball going to first base. Get the out that you know you can get rather than throw your way out of an inning, if you will. So now the 9-hitter Jay Smith is up, and he takes that down low. Again, Smith not your typical 9-hitter. And frankly, I kind of like him in this spot here because he's not a power hitter, but a base hit here will drive in 2 runs. He's a good contact guy. And he hits that in the air, deep towards right field, but got under it a little bit. Now along the line, making the catch on the warning track is the right fielder Strauch for the out, and that will end the inning. So the Spartans unable to add on to their lead. They leave 2 runners stranded in scoring position, and we'll move to the 4th in a 4-1 ball game. Spartans leading. It'll be Radigan and Strauch and Abdullah due up, 6, 7, and 8 in the lineup for Arcadia when we return. Archer Stankowski set to begin his 4th inning of work. The Spartans leading 4-1 behind a strong outing from Stankowski and some timely hitting through the first 3 innings of the game. First of 2 today for the Spartans. They'll face Ithaca later. Ryan Radigan will be the batter. Radigan was hit by a pitch to start the 2nd inning, but was left stranded at second base. He's hitting at .429 on the season and takes the first pitch outside from Stankowski, 1-0. The Spartans have really not gotten length out of their starting pitchers in any of their starts this year. Stankowski has the best start to date by a Spartan. That came against Heidelberg as that one sent into right field for a leadoff single for Radigan. So Radigan on base. And that will bring up Strauch to the plate. Strauch tried to sacrifice bunt his last time up, but popped it out to third base. And we'll see what he does here. Mentioned that start against Heidelberg, a 13-3 Spartans win. Stankowski went 5 innings, gave up just 1 hit and 1 walk, struck out 9. Swing and foul tip back. So Strauch, after popping the bunt up his last time up on a sacrifice attempt, showing no signs of sacrificing, at least on the first pitch of the at-bat. Here's the 0-1. And that one just misses for a ball. 1-1. Awfully close to getting that inside strike. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Outside, ball 2, 2-1. Two on the count on Strauch. Radigan the runner at first. It's a 3-run Spartan lead. Another pickoff attempt. Radigan was frozen a little bit, but wasn't far enough away from the bag to get picked off there. taking a little bit more of a lead here. Stankowski delivers inside, 3-1. Here's 3-1. Swing and a miss. He went chasing what I believe would have been ball 4. Pitch that was up and out, and now the count full. Here's 3-2. And he'll look the runner back. Three-two pitch from Stankowski. Runner goes, the pitch chopped toward short. Arterburn circles it, gets it out of his glove, throws to first in time to get the out. The runner will move up, but that's another nice play on a slow high hopper. And there's one out now. And Solomon Abdullah will be the batter. 0 for 1 with the ground out to short his first time up. And they'll say it hit him. I think the only person who thought it hit him was the home plate umpire. Abdullah didn't even move on that one. So it'll be first and second now with one away. Again, interesting in that Abdullah did not react as if he had been hit by that one, but no argument from the Spartan bench as that one misses a little outside, 1-0. This is Taro Pustelnik. So a little bit of trouble here in the fourth with one away and two on for Stankowski. That one well up and away, goes all the way to the backstop, and both runners will move up. And so now the potential for a double play has been removed, and there's two in scoring position. It appears the Spartans' bullpen will get up and moving. And I believe I saw Karthik Gandhi up and throwing, or at least starting to throw out there. Jack Anderson will head out and talk to Stankowski here. First base is open, but you've got the 9-hitter up. So you can challenge him carefully here if you're a Stankowski. Two-0, down and out, 3-0. Pustelnik walked his first time up. And ahead of the count here, 3-0. That would load the bases, put the potential go-ahead run at the plate. Called strike there, and it's 3-1. Outside corner, nice pitch for a called strike. It's full 3-2. I believe Anton Sabo is the Spartan pitcher who's gotten it up to warm. The lefty in the bullpen. 3-2 pitch on the way. Outside, ball 4. And that will load them up. So bases loaded now. Radigan at third, Abdullah at second, Pustelnik at first, and back to the top of the order now. And that'll bring up Nick Stennett, who is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts in this. Pardon me, Noah Stennett, who is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts in the game. And he chops that one foul, and it's 0-1. Stennett hitting at 179 on the year. He does have 1 home run and is driven in 6 this year and has the potential to tie the game with a ball hit to the gap or give his team the lead with one that clears the ball. The 0-1 offering. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch there, and Jack Anderson approvingly points back at Stankowski after catching that one. 0-2 the count. Can Stankowski finish off Stennett here? The pitch. That's in the dirt, gets away, and that'll allow a runner to score. Well, good thought there by Stankowski to get that in the dirt and force Stennett to go reaching for one. But maybe a bit too much in the dirt, and that allows the second run of the game to score from Arcadia. And it puts the potential game-tying runs into scoring position. Makes it even more important now if you're Stankowski here to try to see if you can get a strikeout here. Here's the 1-2. Ground ball back to the pitcher. Stankowski with it. Looks the runner back. Throws to first, and that's a big out. So Stennett back to the pitcher. 1-3 on the putout. And with 2 gone now, Max Oswald will be the batter. Oswald 0 for 1. Walked and scored a run in the first. Struck out looking in the third. He hits here with 2 in scoring position and 2 away. A base hit likely will tie this game with 2 outs. Nice pitch on the outside corner. Good job by Stankowski to bring the count to 0-1. Checks his swing. It's a fastball and taken for a called strike 2. And once again, second straight batter that Stankowski has gotten ahead in the count with 2-0. So we saw Stankowski skip the ball on his last 0-2 count with the bases loaded. That resulted in a wild pitch. Let's see what he does here. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Nice job by Stankowski to limit the damage in the fourth. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left on. We'll go ahead and move into the bottom of the fourth, top of the order for the Spartans. Anderson, Camphausen, and Stilson due up when we come back. Top of the order for the Spartans in the fourth. As as Jack Anderson takes the called strike 0-1. Anderson 1 for 1 with 2 runs scored. Walked and scored a run in the first. Single, drove in a run and scored a run in the third. Or in the second, excuse me. That one's outside for ball 1. 1-1 the count. Second inning of work for Cam Nebel. As that ball lifted into the air towards the gap. Right center field coming over, reaching up, and unable to make the catch as the center fielder Anderson turns the corner at second. He's digging for third. No throw, a leadoff triple for Jack Anderson. On a ball hit to deep center field, and the Spartans have something cooking here as they look to respond to the run scored by Arcadia in the top of the inning, and certainly on a track to do that after the leadoff triple by Anderson. Sixth of the game for the Spartans. And it comes with the team leading 4-2, and now Dane Camphausen, who again is starting to maybe slow a little at the plate. Certainly not at the pace he was at earlier, but that would have been near impossible to keep up. He had 7 home runs through the team's first 6 games of the year. And he gets a little tied up on that one as he stumbles out of the batter's box 0-1. I think Dane getting a little ribbing from the dugout over that one. Breaking ball, called a strike at the knees, and it's 0-2. Dane has just not been getting into hitters' counts these last few games, and I think just being behind in every count has hurt him a little bit there. He swings and misses strike 3. And Camphausen struck out. First strikeout of the game for Nebel, and Anderson left standing at third with 1 away in the inning. And now Tyler Stilson will be the batter. Stilson's driven in a pair so far, a single in the first, another single in the second, drove in a run with each base hit, and takes the fastball at the knees for a called strike 0-1. Called strike, and it's 0-2. Well, this is a big out if Nebel can get it. He has been attacking the strike zone against the Spartan hitters here this inning. Here's his 0-2. Swung on ground ball to third. That'll drive the runner in. Scooped by Abdullah. The throw to first in time. Anderson comes in from third. It's the third RBI of the game for Stilson, and that makes it a 5-2 Spartans lead. So 2 gone now, and Nick Harms will be the batter. Harms 0 for 2, grounding into fielder's choice and striking out swinging in his 2 trips to the plate today. Harms is sitting at 226 as that misses up high, ball 1. So the Spartans get the run back that they surrendered in the top of the inning. 2-0 count now. It's back to a 3-run lead. And sprayed foul by Harms. Took a cut at a 2-0 pitch there. 2-1. Frozen on a good inside fastball. 2-2. Harms will take his time getting back in the batter's box. Now comes set. On the mound, Nebel begins to deliver the pitch. Swung on by Harms and popped up. Sky high, third base side. Abdullah there and can't find it, and it drops. It's a fair ball. Or do they say fair ball? Yeah. Fair ball. So that'll be an error on the third baseman. Unable to field the pop-up there. My only question is where did he touch it? Because as soon as that ball dropped, it bounced into foul territory. I think that's the question from the Arcadia coach as well. But it bounced in foul territory. If the first time he touches it, the ball is foul and in front of third base. Should be a foul ball there, but I guess it appears he touched it on the way down. So Harms is on at first. Third error of the game for Arcadia. And now Franco Alonso, 1 for 2 with a base hit, hitting at .393 at the plate. Called strike with the fastball in the outside corner, 0-1. See if Harms is running here to get in a scoring position with Alonso at the plate. Ground ball hit up towards the middle. Stopped by the shortstop, but no play, and that'll be an infield single for Alonso. So the Spartans trying to take advantage of a couple of defensive misses this inning. Not necessarily errors, or at least that one wasn't. And it looks like we may get a pitching change here with Josiah Harris coming up. Let's see. There is someone ready in the bullpen for Arcadia. No sign yet to make the change here. Nebel may get one more batter. This will be the second time that Nebel has faced Harris. Harris hit a hard ground ball to the third base side that Abdullah made a nice play on, throwing him out at first base last time up. Five to the score. Spartans leading, trying to add on further. 2 on, 2 away for Harris at the plate. Nebel delivers the first pitch. Swung on, grounded hard to third. Bobbled, going to the bag, and they'll say out at third. Abdullah couldn't field it cleanly, but he was able to recover in time and just got to the bag a step ahead of Nick Harms to get the out. So that'll end the inning. The Spartans add one more run on, and it's now 5-2 the score as we move along to the top of the fifth. Due up this inning for Arcadia. The heart of their order, Seymour, Bruno, and Agresti when we return. Well, I think it's very safe to say now that we won't be starting the Ithaca Baldwin Wallace game at 3 o'clock today, right? How quickly can you get the last 5 innings in here? Again, the schedule a little bit in flux today, and it was an ambitious schedule with 3 hours allotted between games, but I think the goal is to try to get the games started as soon as possible after the rain out yesterday. There'll be 3 games tomorrow now as well. That'll be at 9 a.m., Baldwin Wallace and Arcadia, 12 p.m., Swarthmore and Ithaca, and then 3 p.m., Swarthmore and CWRU. And then the tournament will conclude on Thursday, another Swarthmore and Case Western Reserve game. Anton Sabo, the first-year lefty, the new pitcher on the mound for the Spartans, and the first pitch he delivers goes off the shoulder of Cam Seymour, the 3-hitter. And Seymour is on at first with nobody out. So for Sabo, who is making just his second appearance of the season, but looked pretty good in his first appearance, a little bit of an auspicious start here. Sabo, the first year, misses outside with the fastball to Bruno, and it's 1-0. Bruno having himself a nice day, 2 for 2, an RBI double and a single in his 2 trips to the plate. See if Sabo can settle in a bit. 2 pitches, both out of the strike zone. That one a little low, 2-0. Sabo went an inning and 2/3 against Ohio Northern, allowed just 1 unearned run on 2 hits and struck out 2 without walking a batter. That one hit hard but foul by Bruno, 2-1. No action in the bullpen, and so at least for now, this will be Sabo's inning. I don't know if the plan is for him to pitch more than 1 inning today. I got to imagine the Spartans will try to get some length out of him if they can. Here's the 2-1. Another one fouled away, 2-2. Sabo shakes off a sign. That ball lined into right, and Nick Harms goes back to get it. Nice job by Harms, who had to retreat deep into the corner to go get that one. But with a leaping grab, puts it away for the first out on a hard hit ball by Bruno. Retreating to first is Seymour, who gets back before the throw from Harms. Sabo, the 6'4", 220-pound lefty out of Falcon Heights, Minnesota, Roseville area high school. Delivers that one up high to Agristi, and it's 1-0. Agristi 1 for 2 with a base hit. He singled in the first inning with a runner at second base as that ball hit in the air to center field, but Nick Harms threw the runner on second base out trying to score. That time, Agristi flying out and Draco puts it away, and there's 2 gone. And so after hitting Seymour on the first pitch of the outing, Sabo a chance to work through the inning here and work around the leadoff base runner. He faces Ryan Radigan at the plate, who swings and misses at the first pitch, 0-1. Radigan 1 for 1 in the game, hit by a pitch and singled in his 2 trips to the plate. Down and away, and the count evens 1-1. Top of the 5th inning, 5-2 Spartans leading. Game certainly still hanging in the balance right now, but the Spartans have felt in control of this one since early on. And that hit him. So Radigan hit by a pitch again. Second time that's happened to him today. Second batter that Sabo has hit this inning. And there's now 2 on. First and second with 2 away. And that'll bring Thomas Strauch to the plate. Strauch has popped out and grounded out in his 2 plate appearances so far today. Hitting at 161 for the year. Foul tip back. That one went off of the chest protector of the umpire. And you saw Jack Anderson turn around there and say, "Are you okay? You want me to bring this out?" Umpire said, "Yep, I'm fine. Part of the job." That ball lifted in the air to short, and there to get his Arterburn for the final out of the inning. For a second off the bat, I thought that was going to drop in shallow left, but did not travel well off the bat. And the Spartans will preserve a 3-run lead, 5-2, after a nice inning of work from Anton Sabo. Works around a pair of hit batters. Bottom of the 5th coming up. Bottom of the order for the Spartans. Andrejko, Arterburn, and Jay Smith when we return. Cam Nebel's still in on the mound. Wonder if it's kind of a opener situation today rather than a true, committee effort on the start. Again, it was Gavin Kintz who pitched an inning to start the game. Sean Aarons pitched an inning as well, and then Nebel now beginning his 3rd inning of work. Logan Andrejko at the plate, facing Nebel for the 2nd time today. He walked against Nebel in the 3rd. He's also singled today, so Andrejko 1 for 1. Pulls that down the line, but foul. And it's 1-2. In the air, deep to center, but playable. Now taking a few steps in and making the catch is the center fielder, Stennett. And that's the first out of the inning as Andrejko is retired. So 1 gone now for Nate Arterburn. Arterburn is grounded out, a sac bunt. He's 0 for 1 with a sac bunt and a ground out to the pitcher. Pair of 1-3 putouts. First pitch on the way to Arterburn outside. This is the first time he'll bat without runners at first and second. That one fouled away. Arterburn trying to get his back going. Been in a little bit of a slump after a nice start to the year. And got under that one, popped it up in the infield. Shortstop calling everyone off, and making the catch is Pastelnik for the out. And they're quickly 2 retired. Nebel has a chance for the first 1, 2, 3 inning of the day. I believe for either team. Certainly for Arcadia. And standing in his way is Jay Smith. Went up high. Smith 0 for 2 with an RBI ground out and a fly out deep into the corner and right. Count evens 1-1 on Smith. Two and one. Jay, a senior out of Goshen, Kentucky, North Oldham High School, starting to get more opportunities to play this year. It's called strike, 2-2. For Jay, he's never going to be a real big-time power hitter, but he's a really good contact hitter, finds ways to get on base. Started his career as a catcher, but since has seen more time as an outfielder. And now works the count full. 3-2, 2 away. Jack Anderson waiting out on deck, hoping to get a chance to hit. And that one swung on, grounded past the third baseman and into left field for a base hit. And Smith is going to try for second, and he'll get there. That ball kind of died out there in the outfield, and Smith with some good base running taking advantage. And he stands now at second base with Jack Anderson coming to the plate. That was a good at-bat by Smith and some good base running to go with it. Matt Englander is arguing something with the umpire in the field. I'm not sure what. Either way, it doesn't seem like much of an argument there. Now Jack Anderson will step to the plate with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. First pitch called strike on the lower inside portion of the plate. Anderson's got his average above 300 for the season, hitting at 333 now with the strong showing today. Had a triple and a run scored his last time up. 2 for 2 in the game, has walked as well. And he fouls that one off, and behind in the count 0-2 now is Anderson. And they'll call that on the outside corner. A called strike 3 to Anderson. And that will end the inning. So the Spartans leave a runner stranded at second after a 2-out double by Smith. And we'll move into the 6th. 8, 9, and 1 due up for Arcadia. Abdullah, Pustelnik, and Stennett due up when we return. Anton Sabo set to begin his second inning of work after pitching a scoreless 5th. He'll begin the 6th with the Spartans on top by 3, 5-2 the score. You know, whenever I hear the last name Sabo, I always think of the former Reds. I think it was a third baseman, corner outfielder maybe as well, Chris Sabo. who was a pretty good major league player for a couple of years, but probably is best known for his corked bat exploding and getting ejected from a game and suspended from the majors briefly for the incident. You really don't see anybody, or at least you don't see anyone getting caught corking their bats anymore. That was one of the more famous examples I can imagine, or I can remember at least. I think the other one I remember, I think it was Carlos Zambrano, the pitcher, I think at one point might have had a corked bat that he used. Could be making that up. Here I am accusing Carlos Zambrano of baseball treachery, and maybe wrongly so. I think I'm wrong about Carlos Zambrano, so I retract that and apologize. As Sabo delivers the first pitch strike to Abdullah, it's 0-1. Sabo definitely had, Chris Sabo, not Anton, definitely had a corked bat. That I'm positive of. Ground ball towards third, gets through the shortstop. Arterburn off his back foot, not in time, and that'll be an infield single for Abdullah to lead the inning off. Yeah, that was just too deep in the hole, and I think the only chance the Spartans would have had would be if Stilson, the third baseman, had cut that one off, and he couldn't quite execute it, and so it'll go as a base hit. Fifth hit of the game, first against Sabo today, and now the 9-hitter Pustelnik will be the batter, who frankly has done all you can ask for out of a 9-hitter today. He was batting at 100 on the season. He's walked twice. He'll square to bunt here, pulls it back, and takes the strike on the lower inside corner. A lefty-lefty matchup as the count goes to 0-1. Now the 0-1 pitch. Throw to first, not in time. That ball lifted in the air, foul. And it's 0-2 on Pustelnik, who again has walked twice, but all of a sudden now behind in the count 0-2. Taro Pustelnik awaits the 0-2 from Anton Sabo. He delivers. Swung on in the air, pretty deep towards the gap in right center field, and that's going to get down. What a day for Pustelnik at the plate. Rounding the corner at third as the throw misses the cutoff man, and coming in to score is Abdullah. And Arcadia with a run early here in the sixth, and something cooking with another runner in scoring position and nobody out. So 5-3 now the score. This time, Karthik Gandhi is up and warming in the bullpen. And it looks like we'll get a pinch hitter here. So this will be Kevin Wheeler pinch hitting for Stennett, who is 0 for 3 in the game. Batting here with the runner in scoring position and nobody out. First pitch. Line drive back up towards the middle. Scoop by the shortstop. Throw to first. It's not in time. Oh, my gosh. I thought they got him at first base. Instead, it'll go as an infield hit. Moving up to third on the play is Pustelnik. And now first and third with the potential game-tying runs on the base paths. Potential go-ahead run coming to the plate now in the form of Max Oswald, who is 0 for 2 in the game with 2 strikeouts and a walk. Down and away, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. And that one just missed. Anderson tried to frame that up on that lower inside corner, but couldn't quite do it. That one catches, took a little bit off of that, and it's 2-1. A little bit of danger here for the Spartans, who lead by 2. But Arcadia threatening in the 6th. 2-1 offering from Sabo. Swing and a miss. And the count goes to 2-2. And on the outside corner, it's a called strike 3, and Oswald is down looking as Sabo picks up his first strikeout of the game, and there's 1 out now in the 6th. Now bring Cam Seymour to the plate. He is 0 for 2 in the game, was hit by a pitch his last time up. He was the first batter to face Sabo last inning. That pitch down and away, ball 1. Popped up. Left field. Catch is made. Runner tags. Here comes the throw. It's cut off by Stilson. And that will bring across another run, and it's now a 1-run game. So sacrifice fly by Seymour. Wheeler holds at first. Pustelnik comes around to score the run. Second run of the inning, and it's now 5-4. This will bring Anthony Bruno to the plate, who's had himself a nice day. Last time, absolutely scorched a ball to right field, and Nick Harms did a great job to track it down. Fouls that one back, and it's 1-1. Sabo versus Bruno. Ball swung on with the runner going, and it goes through the infield for a base hit. Well executed hit and run. And Bruno, on a perfect hit and run play, places that through the vacated gap at second base. Wheeler goes to third, and now the tying run just 90 feet away. The go-ahead run is on the base paths. And a dangerous hitter at the plate. This will be Joshua Agristi, who is 1 for 3 in the game with the base hit back in the first. Takes ball 1, 1-0. Agristi hitting at .615 on the season so far. Swing and a miss at a changeup. It's 1-1. In the air, center field, playable for Andraco, who gets underneath it and puts it away for the final out of the inning. So the Spartans hold on to the lead, but 2 runs on the board in the 6th for Arcadia. And it's back to a one-run game, 5-4 the score. As we head into the bottom of the sixth, the Spartans 2, 3, and 4 hitters due up. Camphausen, Stilson, and Harms when we come back. Dane Camphausen leading things off for the Spartans. It's been a tough go today for Dane, who has not looked good at the plate, but takes ball one there to get ahead in the count 1-0. Again, Dane just quieting down a bit. That was going to happen after that red-hot start he got off to. Couldn't keep that up forever. That ball rocketed deep towards right center field, and that'll get down for at least a base hit. Camphausen is going to have to turn on the afterburners, but pulls into second base standing up as the throw couldn't quite get to the cutoff man, and Camphausen with a leadoff double to center field, and the Spartans trying to get some runs back here off to a strong start with Camphausen in scoring position for Tyler Stilson, who has driven in a run in each of his 3 plate appearances. He's 2 for 3, an RBI single in the first, an RBI single in the second, and an RBI ground out in the fourth. First pitch stays up high to Stilson, who's batting at .394 on the season, and it's 1-0. It has been a really nice offensive year for Tyler Stilson. That ball grounded through for a base hit. Camphausen will hold at third. Third hit of the game for Stilson. He's got 3 of the 10 Spartan hits in this one. And now runners on the corners with nobody out for Nick Harms. Well, Harms has had a bit of a tough go of it today. He is 0 for 3. Did reach on an error his last time up after popping up to third base and the ball was dropped. And an opportunity here to erase all that and extend the Spartans' lead with runners on the corners and nobody out. Pickoff attempt as Stilson dives back in. Tyler has stolen 2 bases on as many attempts this year. That ball hit in the air deep towards left center field, going back, and it drops in front of the wall and stays in play. Camphausen comes in to score. Stilson will hold at third. It's an RBI double for the UAA Athlete of the Week, Nick Harms. And the Spartans now lead 6-4. So Nebel, who has looked really good today, may be running out of some gas here. 3 straight hits, 2 of them doubles. All 3 hit hard this inning. And the Spartans increase their lead back to 2. And now 2 in scoring position. And let's see if Nebel stays in this game or if Arcadia goes to the bullpen here. Franco Alonso will be the batter. Hits in each of his last 2 at-bats. He's singled twice, and an RBI opportunity here for Franco. He's hitting at .414 on the season now and takes that one somewhere outside the strike zone for a ball, 1-0. That, again, might have been a shade high, but that looked good from up here. And he takes that down low, 2-0. That ball hit into right field, and that's down for a base hit. Both runners will score. Alonso digging for second. He'll pull in with a double. And it's a 2 RBI double for Alonso, his 3rd hit of the game, and the Spartans now lead 8-4. And I got to imagine the end of the day is coming soon here for Nebel, who just appears to be spent at this point. You got to imagine the combination of now being up to 60 pitches, along with the fact that he had a long break on the bench between innings. He's given up 3 doubles and a single to the first 4 batters of the 6th. In case Western Reserve can add on further here with Josiah Harris coming to the plate, who takes a called first strike, 0-1. Harris 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored in the 2nd. Outside corner. Was it? Did he call that a strike? I think he did, right? Yeah. So it's 0-2. See if Harris can keep the line moving here. In an 0-2 hold, Nebel delivers. And he swings and misses at the pitch in the dirt for strike 3. Some trouble picking the ball up. The throw is a little low and dug out nicely by the first baseman, Oswald, as that was made a little bit more tricky than it needed to be. But Harris retired for the first out of the inning. Struck out on 3 pitches. Now Logan Andraco's hit the ball hard a couple times today. He's 1 for 2 with a single, a walk, and a fly out to center. He scored 1 run. And we'll bat here with a runner in scoring position and 1 away. First pitch. Up high, ball 1. Draco squaring to bunt with a 1-0 count. Fouls it straight back. Four-run lead now for the Spartans, who have had an answer for Arcadia every time they've scored today. We're now in the bottom of the 6th, 8-4 the score. Andraco takes that in the dirt. Alonso dancing off the bag, but will retreat. Trying to get a good dirt ball read there. Now Alonso goes. That ball lined right to second, and that's going to be a double play. Second baseman has it. Throw gets away. Alonso is still running. He's got to go all the way back to second, and they will get him on the 4-5-6 put out at second base to end the inning. So Alonso retired. And that will end the inning, but the Spartans add 3 runs, including 2 on a 2 RBI double by Franco Alonso. We'll move into the 7th, 8-4, Case Western Reserve leading. Ryan Radigan leading off the inning takes a called first strike from Anton Sabo, who's beginning his third inning of work. Takes a called strike 2 as well. It's 0-2. Outside, ball 1. I'm not sure if Sabo would still be in this game if the Spartans didn't score those runs last inning. I kind of think they would have gone to Gandhi a little sooner, as that one lined into right field for a 2-strike single for Radigan. We'll see how long the leash is here for Sabo. Again, Gandhi is ready in the bullpen, and they're going to go to the bullpen and make the move here, I believe. Gandhi's starting to walk towards the door. Coach Englander's walking out. We'll take a quick break. 8-4 the score, and we'll see if we get a pitching change. New pitcher on the mound for the Spartans is Karthik Gandhi, the junior transfer. Came from UC Santa Clara, the D1 school, and so far so good for Gandhi. The 6'1", 225-pound junior out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Palo Verde High School. Gandhi this season making his 5th appearance of the year. He's yet to get a win or a loss through those 4 appearances. Does have 1 save. 4 1/3 innings, 4 hits allowed, 1 run. It was earned. 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. Opponent's hitting .308 against him. He's got a 2.08 ERA. Ooh, cotton candy dipping dots, huh? Dippin' Dots, excuse me. Got to drop the G at the end of that. Try to get my kids into Dippin' Dots, and neither of them really likes it. They just want the regular old ice cream. Anyway, Karthik Gandhi taking to the hill. You know, Gandhi, you'll see. And this is my first time seeing him in person, so I'm curious to see him. But he has a little. He comes. It's an unorthodox delivery, from what I've been told. Comes way from the side. Yeah, there you go. And whips that in there. It misses outside to Strzok for ball 1. 1-0 the count. 4-run lead for the Spartans as Gandhi checks into the game. Here with nobody out in the 7th and a runner on. 2-0 now the count. Strzok and RBI. Pardon me, Strzok is 0 for 3 in this one. Well outside there, and it's 3-0. And down and in, ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk, and now 2 on, nobody out. Gandhi pitched and was also a third baseman, but didn't see a ton of time at Santa Clara. And when he came here, came primarily as a pitcher and was kind of trying to figure things out. And Coach Englander saw him throw sidearm across the bag from third base, trying to make a throw to first. When Coach Englander saw that, he said, well, is that how you pitch? And, Gandhi said, yeah, but, I was struggling a little with my control, and this is what Coach Englander said, well, just pretend you're throwing to first base the same way or see what happens. And it's resulted in some pretty good early return for Gandhi, although his first 6 pitches out of the strike zone, and I think this is one where someone's got to come out and have a quick talk with him here just to settle him in. You don't want to walk your way back into a ball game here. And that's nowhere near the strike zone either. Seven pitches, 7 strikes. Tyler Stilson will come in and have a quick talk here with Gandhi. Cody Hughes has gotten up in the Spartan bullpen if needed, but it's going to take him some time to warm up. So 3-0 pitch now coming. Got to imagine Abdullah's taking all the way here. With his team down 4, a walk would bring the tying run to the plate. He squares the bunt, pulls it back, and takes the first strike of the game. Thrown by Gandhi. It's now 3-1. Down low, ball 4. And so a single by Radigan chased Sabo from the game, and then back-to-back walks from Gandhi to Strzok and Abdullah. And now the bases are loaded in a 4-run game, and the 9-hitter, Taro Pustelnik, will be the batter. Pustelnik is 1 for 1 in the game. He's walked twice and has an RBI double. That one taken outside for a ball. It's 1-0. 10 pitches, 9 balls so far for Gandhi. And he's got to figure this out pretty quickly. Down and out again, 2-0. That one catches the outside corner, 2-1. See if Gandhi can pitch his way into form here. Radigan, the runner, at third. Strzok at second. Abdullah at first. That one grounded back towards first. Camphausen lets it go foul. And it's 2-2. Two-two pitch. Bases loaded, nobody out. Ground ball hit towards second. Harris has it to second for 1. And the throw went to third by Arterburn, trying to catch the runner jumping off the bag. A run does come in to score on the play. It'll go as a fielder's choice. And it's now 8-5. That run goes against Sabo, whose line is now closed for the day. Sabo, 2 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 strikeout. Pardon me, 5 hits, 3 runs, I believe. 1 strikeout. That one there for a called strike, and it's 0-1 on Wheeler. Wheeler came into the game and stayed in to play center field. He singled in his only at bat so far. Now batting at .257. That misses ball 1, 1-1. In the air, deep towards left field with a beat on it is Smith. Underneath it, makes the catch. Tagging from third, and coming in to score is Strock. And that will make it a 2-run game. Boy, these two teams each have had the answer for each other today. The Spartans, again, have been on top for most of the game, but Arcadia not letting Case Western Reserve run away easy in this one. 2 outs now in the inning, and Max Oswald will be the batter. Again, representing the potential game-tying run at the plate, takes a changeup for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Gandhi seems to be rounding into a better form. And he throws that one away, and it gets into the dugout. I think they'll say that landed in the dugout, so it'll go as an error on the throw on the pickoff attempt. And so now runner on at second. I think they're saying that it went in and out of the dugout. I think that's the argument. Or that's what the umpire is saying. Coach Englander is saying it never went in the dugout. Either way, a runner now in scoring position with 2 away. An 0-1 count at the plate on Oswald. And that one gets away. Be ball 1, a pass ball moves the runner up, and now over to third goes Pustelnik. That one was low, but appeared catchable by Anderson. I'm not sure that was in the dirt. So it'll go as a pass ball for the moment, at least. Chopper, foul. 1-2 now the count with 2 away. Two runs across this inning. Gandhi, though, trying to keep it at a 2-run lead for the Spartans. Here's his 1-2. And it's in there, a called strike 3. That pitch had some backup on it, and it froze the batter Oswald at the plate, and Arcadia will leave the runner stranded at third, but not before they score 2 runs on a hit. They take advantage of 2 walks in the inning, and we'll move into the bottom of the 7th. We'll stretch it out here at Lexington County Baseball Stadium. 7th inning coming up, bottom of the 7th. It'll be Arterburn, Smith, and Anderson for the Spartans when we come back. New pitcher on the mound for Arcadia is Jeremy Kosha, who will be making his season debut. In fact, making his collegiate debut, I believe. Kosha, a freshman out of Westchester, Pennsylvania, suburb of Philadelphia, Westchester East High School. 5'8", 130-pound freshman. So you go from Karthik Gandhi on the mound, who's 6'1", 225. He's got about 95 pounds on Kosha, who will take the hill. And it's one of the reasons why I love baseball is that it doesn't matter size, shape. There's a way you could be successful in this game. So we'll see Kosha as he makes, again, what I believe is his collegiate debut here. Yeah. Indeed, his collegiate debut. So I'll bring Nate Arterburn to the plate to start things off. 8-9-1 for the Spartans. Arterburn, Smith, and Anderson due up to face the righty. And the first pitch misses up high to Arterburn, 1-0. Arterburn with a sacrifice bunt in his first at bat today. Since then, he has popped out and grounded out. Gets that in the air. Right center field. Right fielder comes over, and making the catch out there in right is Strzok for the out. One gone. So Arterburn retired, and Jay Smith will now come to the plate. Smith, a double in his last at bat. He's 1 for 3 in the game with an RBI. Now hitting at 400 on the year, takes ball one. Final line on Cam Nebel. Count evens 1-1. Nebel, 4 innings pitched in relief, 8 hits, 4 runs, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. Got burnt a little in that last inning he worked, as the Spartans touched him up for 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th. Pardon me, the bottom of the 6th. But overall, good outing there for Nebel. Smith gets under that one and skies it to right. And another chance out in right field for Strzok, who makes the catch for the out. And there are 2 gone. So chance for a quick inning for Kosha here. Jack Anderson will come to the plate. Anderson has scored 3 runs today. He's reached on a walk, an RBI single, and a triple. That one just misses off the outside corner for ball 1, 1-0. Bottom of the 7th inning, 8-6, Spartans leading. Anderson pops that up. Will it stay in play? Long run over at the dugout's edge, and it will land in the Arcadia dugout. Oswald got a nice long look at that one, the first baseman for Arcadia. Down and out, ball 2, 2-1. Nice pitch on the outside corner, 2-2. 2-2 the count on Anderson, who's batting at .324 on the season. Here's the pitch. And he wastes that one. Well, let's see. Is that one going to stay in play? Nope, another one headed for the Arcadia dugout, and the count stays at 2-2. 2-2 count, 2 away. Bottom of the 7th inning, 8-6. Spartans leading. The home team in today's game as Anderson awaits the pitch. Down low, ball 3, full count 3-2. Payoff pitch coming Anderson with the bases empty and 2 outs. Swing and foul tipped into the glove of the catcher for strike 3, and Kosha with a 1-2-3 inning his collegiate debut. No runs, no hits, no errors, and no one left on. 8th inning coming up. Arcadia coming to bat. The heart of their orders. Seymour, Bruno, and Agristi due up when we return. Welcome back again as the hard-throwing first-year Cody Hughes will come into the game. Hughes, right-handed pitcher, 6'2", 200 pounds, out of not too far away, Durham, North Carolina, Jordan High School. Hughes making his 3rd appearance of the season. He's got an ERA of 5.40 through an inning and 2/3. Has given up 1 run on 3 hits with 2 walks and 2 strikeouts. And we'll see what he could do here. The 4th pitcher of the game used by the Spartans. Stankowski started, went the first 4 innings. Pitching the next 2 was Anton Sabo. An inning for Karthik Gandhi in the 7th. And then Cody Hughes coming in now with a 2-run lead that he's trying to protect. Spartans do have Jack Anderson, who is well rested if needed today. And I say well rested as a pitcher. He's in the middle of catching his 8th inning right now, but he is the Spartans' closer, and I imagine we'll get the 9th if this game remains within 2 runs, and frankly might get more than the 9th if things get close here. Throw over to first, and quickly retired is Seymour on 2 pitches. And there's 1 gone here in the top of the 8th. I'll bring Anthony Bruno to the plate with 1 out and the bases empty. Bruno 3 for 4 today with 2 singles and a double. Including the earlier game today, he's 6 for 9 over the course of the 2 contests. Takes the first pitch high from Hughes, and it's 1-0. I'm excited to see a lot of these pitchers pitch for the first time, whether it's Sabo or Gandhi. Again, my first look at him. But Hughes another one, and Hughes is a guy who, again, has the ability to really bring the velocity. Here's the 2-0. Hard hit to short. Takes a friendly hop, though, for Arterburn, whose throw to first is right on target. Arterburn with 2 plays at short to start the 8th and 2 quick outs for Cody Hughes. So Hughes has a chance at a 1-2-3 inning here. I believe it would be the first today by a Spartan pitcher. Despite what has been overall a pretty well-pitched game for Case Western Reserve. But standing in his way is Joshua Greasty, who takes ball 1, 1-0. Greasty 1 for 4 in the game today. He struck out once. Little bit inside, 2-0. I think Cody Hughes asked where that pitch missed. Not in a rude manner, but I think was checking with the catcher to see. Anderson. 3-0. Sometimes you'll see a pitcher or catcher ask, hey, was that right on the edge? Was that a little, so they could try to figure out where the strike zone is exactly. Sometimes you'll see a hitter do the same. 3-0. Well up high, ball 4, and a walk there with 2 outs brings the potential game-tying run to the plate in the form of Ryan Radigan, a left-handed hitter. First pitch. Up high, ball 1. Well, Hughes got a couple quick outs to this inning. But last thing you want to do right now is start losing your control with your team leading by 2 runs. You don't want to start issuing walks. Foul tip back. Good change up there. And again, you saw Jack Anderson point at Hughes and say, hey, really nice pitch. Radigan was looking to ambush his fastball, and Hughes paired up a nice little change up there. 1-1 now. Fastball up and out, 2-1. Been a good ball game here today. Spartans ahead by 2. Outside corner, 2-2, and now Hughes a strike away. See if he comes changeup or fastball here. I think he could do either. High fastball, low changeup. Let's see for what Hughes opts for. Here's the 2-2. Jammed him with a good fastball. Radigan fouls it off, and the count stays at 2-2. Listen, if you just came up and in with that fastball, I think you're looking now at the changeup down and out. Try to get him to go reaching for something here. Fouled off. I think that was the change down low. Yeah, and that pitch, you were almost forced into throwing a changeup there if you're Hughes, because if you miss with a fastball, 2-2, you would have had to probably throw 3 fastballs in a row. You assume that's what would come 3-2. Quick pitch there and fouled back. Fun little at bat here between Radigan and Hughes. Radigan's fouled a couple off. 3 straight foul balls since falling behind. Or I should say since picking up his second strike. Just misses down low. 3-2, full count. So the runner from first will get the early start here with the count full and 2 away. That's a Greasty. Radigan at the plate. 2 for 2 in the game. Runner goes. The pitch at the letters on the outside corner for a called strike. And Hughes works his way out of a little bit of trouble in the 8th. The Spartans maintain their 2-run lead. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Due up for the Spartans. It'll be Camphausen, Stilson, and Harms looking to create a little distance between themselves and Arcadia when we return. Kosha back out on the mound here. He'll begin his second inning of work after a 1-2-3 seventh. That included a strikeout of Jack Anderson, and now the other piece of the Spartans' two-headed monster to lead off games. Dane Anderson will be the batter. Dane Camphausen, excuse me, will be the batter. Camphausen, a hard-hit double to the opposite field his last time up. Swings at that pitch, grounds it up the middle, and another base hit for Camphausen. So Camphausen showing some signs coming out of a little bit of a down stretch for him. And he's on to start the eighth as Case Western Reserve with an 8-6 lead. Again, looking to add on further here as Tyler Stilson will now be the batter. Stilson's having himself a nice game. He's having himself a nice season, but today Stilson 3 for 4, 3 RBIs and a run scored. That ball hit in. He's going to have his fourth hit of the game. He'll drop in center. Camphausen doesn't stop. He's going to go for third. The throw comes into second. The tag is in time for the out. I think Stilson assumed that the throw was going to go to third to try to get Camphausen. Stilson just kept on running. And he gets thrown out trying to get the extra base. So one away now. It was an 8-4 put out at second. As that ball grounded down the first baseline by Harms, and that'll drive in the run. Harms heads for second. He'll pull in there standing up. And it's an RBI double on the first pitch swinging by Nick Harms, and the Spartans' lead is back up to 3, 9-6 the score. A big insurance run there for the Spartans. And now Franco Alonso, who's having himself a pretty nice day, steps to the plate. Alonso 3 for 4 with a double and 2 RBIs so far today. Takes the first pitch up high, ball 1, 1-0. Still just 1 out in the inning and a chance to extend the lead further here if you're Case Western Reserve. See, I'm not sure if it's 2-0. I believe it's 2-0. On Alonso. Kosha, after the 1-2-3 inning his last time, has struggled here. As that ball sent down the line in left, and it's a fair ball, I believe. No, foul. Or is it a ground rule double? Yeah, so Alonso with his fourth hit of the game. It took one hop and bounced over the fence. I saw the umpire raise his hand. I thought he was about to signal play dead foul ball. Instead, he said it's a fair ball, and I think now the Spartans will pinch run here for Alonso as Harms scores on the play. It's 10-6 now. And that's Tommy Moonen, number 11, coming in to run. But the Spartans have really broken this game open here now. And Josiah Harris a chance to extend the lead further with a runner in scoring position. Harris hitting a 133 on the year, looking for his first hit of the game. And he wastes that pitch away. It's 0-1. So back to a 4-run lead for the Spartans. There is action in the bullpen there. Trying to see if that's Jack Anderson out there. I would be surprised. I'm pretty sure that is Jack Anderson. I would be surprised if he comes into the game at this point with a 4-run lead, especially with the second game coming later today. But he's still warming up for the moment. Ground ball hit towards short. Throw goes back to second, and they'll get the runner. So Moonen was caught too far off the bag, and that's one. You see the ball hit in front of you, you immediately need to go back to the bag, and Moonen in that case out on the play. And so the Spartans lose the lead runner. Harris now on at first with two away. And Logan Andreyko will be the batter, lined into double play his last time up. Swing and a miss by Andreyko. It's 0-1. Chopper back towards the mound. Kosha with it, throws to first and gets the out. And that will end the inning, but the Spartans add on 2 runs on 4 hits. Their lead is up to 6 as we move into the 9th. Last chance for Arcadia, the bottom of the order. Strzok, Abdullah, and Pustelnik due up when we return. Well, not a save situation with the 4-run lead, but Jack Anderson will check into the game here. Anderson, well, I shouldn't say check into the game. He's just caught the first 8 innings, but was warming up in between innings with a 2-run lead to start the 8th. And I think the Spartans, hoping that Anderson can put a quick end to this one. He's made 2 appearances this season on the mound. 2 saves through 2 2/3 innings, yet to allow a hit or walk a batter. He struck out 5. He has hit 1 batter, but Anderson, as tough as they come at the back end of games, and as tough as he is at the plate during a game, you know, he is a pretty darn good pitcher too. And so we'll see him close this one out. Again, not a save situation for Anderson, but clearly one the Spartans badly want to shut down here, and so that's why Anderson coming in against the bottom of the lineup. You know, I think the hope A is that you don't need to use Jack in the second game. I can't. Looks like Anderson's got his wrist wrapped, and they're going to ask him to take that off from when he was catching here. Great job by Shelby Archibald to wrap Anderson's wrist before the game, the trainer here for the Spartans. And all that work for naught at this point. So Anderson will try to close this one out. Strzok, the batter, walked and scored a run his last time up. From the stretch with the bases empty, Anderson skips that one. And the new catcher for the Spartans is Carson Walker. Walker will hit in the designated hitter spot in the lineup. That's the 5 spot in the order where Franco Alonso was pinch run for last inning. Called strike, and it's 1-1 on Strzok. Spartans also making some defensive changes, bringing Matt Trout into the game. They'd love to bring Mike Trout into the game, but instead it will be Matt, who will be batting ninth and playing center field. Logan Andreyko moves from center to left. 2-1 the count. Listen, I've made it 2 years without calling Franco Alonso Pete Alonso. No such luck, though, with Matt Trout out in center. Ball in the air, shallow right. Harms is there, calls off Harris, and there's one away. So the first batter of the ninth. Strauch is retired. That'll bring up Abdullah with one away, and the base is empty. Called strike, 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Well, there have been some great players in program history. You know, and for Jack, the numbers, he's now in his 6th season. Really, by the time he's done, he'll have played 5 full seasons as Spartan, as that one sent foul. And so the offensive numbers, while fantastic, he's got an extra season above everyone else. So just not taking anything away here from Jack. But the numbers don't tell the full story. That for my money, there has been no better player in program history than Jack Anderson. Swing and a miss, strike 3. I mean, not only what he's done at the plate, but the fact that he spent the last 2 seasons as a dominant closer. I mean, just unbelievable. We'll get a pinch hitter here now with 2 outs and the base is empty. And that will be Miles McNiff who will check in. So McNiff will pinch hit for Pustelnik, who's actually had a pretty good day at the plate. Drove in 2 runs, walked twice, had a double. McNiff looking for his first hit of the season. Ground ball, third base side, and he has it. That's Andreyko in left field who gets it in quickly to hold McNiff, who was first pitch swinging to a leadoff single. First hit allowed this season by Jack Anderson. And now back to the top of the order. Kevin Wheeler 1 for 1 since coming off the bench in the 6th inning. Singled in the 6th and a sacrifice fly in the 7th that drove in a run. Ground ball to short should end it. Arterburn flips to second. Spartans get the out. Wheeler retired. And Case Western Reserve comes away with the 10-6 win in their first of 2 games today. A nice job by the Spartans, who pick up their 2nd straight win here in Lexington. And will hope to build on that momentum later today when they face Ithaca. So Arcadia will fall to 6-5 on the season. Case Western Reserve improves to 5-4. The winning pitcher today is Anton Sabo, who gets the first decision of his career, first career win. He's now 1-0. No save in the game. Losing pitcher today is going to be Sean Aarons, and Aarons on the year will fall to 0-1. Game lasted 2 hours and 46 minutes, and attendance here for the second game of the day was 567. Want to thank everyone once again for joining us today. Again, we will, for the next game, we'll have the video on, no play-by-play coverage, and then we will have full play-by-play and video for our final game of the day between the Spartans and Case Western, and Ithaca College. Want to thank everyone for joining us. We'll see you later. Once again, final score in this one, Case Western Reserve 10, Arcadia 6. Have a great rest of your day, everyone. We'll see you in a couple hours.